This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ.
Resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate, nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate, resonate, resonate, words can't describe or articulate, resonate, resonate, oh, feel me, celebrate, when they was partying and they was drinking, resonate, 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 see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate, nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate, resonate, resonate, words can't describe or articulate, resonate, resonate, oh, feel me, celebrate, when they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing thinking, music is sounds but it's also written words, legal notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds, the periodic table of atoms, the language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared, the musical wave patterns, the facts are late, synapse engaged, perhaps a slave, collapse away, the heart detonate, the tongue generate, the stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade, noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery, the heart of me, the beat is the best part of me. God is the way, God is the music, God is the music, without it I might lose it. God is the way, God is the music, without God I might lose it, Resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate, I mean I'm trying to elevate, resonate, resonate, words can't describe or articulate, feel me, celebrate, my thoughts don't make sounds but I can still hear them, periodic table waves to the EnQi theorem, you never seen God but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like perch. The music I can line below 20 hertz. I can feel it in my bones. He's so electric, we so electric. He gon' respect it. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing thinking. Music is sound, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared in musical wave patterns. God is the way. God is the music. God is the music. Without it, I might lose it. God is the way. God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate. Resonate. See what I'm saying? Meditate. Resonate. Resonate. I mean, I'm trying to elevate. Resonate. Resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate. God is the way. God is the music. God is the music. Without it, I might lose it. God is the way. God is the music. Without Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate. See what I'm saying? Resonate. I mean, I'm trying to elevate. Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our sails into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life.
We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium.
We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth for the Kodesh HaKodashim.
We give thanks
for the magnetism of the most holy, the lactism of the claims. Mother tracks the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
Resonate, 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 resonate.
Magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
Okay. Check my mic. Pause. I checked my mic. Matter of fact, let me I got my old man hat on today. This is an old man hat. Yeah, I like it though. When we was little, we used to call hats like these old men hats because old men seem to have the flyest hats. Like the flyest hats. So when I call it an old man hat, I'm really like, this is one of my, one of them. But we got to have this convo though. We got to have this convo. I meant to do a third live stream yesterday. Right? We on 2-a-days and 3-a-days right now. Now, today is Saturday, so I don't know if I'll get 2 in today. But if we don't do 2 today, we'll definitely do like a nice 3-4 hour, maybe 5 hour, like, we're gonna get it in. Or we'll do 2 smaller ones, but that's my goal today. The reason why I'm starting off with that is because, well, first of all, let me say shout out to Tika. Shout out to Thomas. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all know, but you know what I'm saying? Bayat, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we don't see y'all in the chat, it's not exactly the same type of stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we don't see y'all in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Like right now that I'm bringing attention to it, immediately y'all mind is going to go, where's Paul? Where's Kyle? Where's Pate? You know what I'm saying? Like certain people that they're missing. If you're not in the chat, you're missing. Some people we know, okay, well, they probably watching on the playback. We get it. You know what I'm saying? But some people, if you're not in the actual chat, it's like, did YouTube violate like the notifications? Oh my goodness. I do got a cup. Thank you. But this tea bag is like raggedy. Yeah, this tea bag is raggedy. And I don't want it to mess up the taste of my sea moss. Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, I was supposed to be muted. So clearly now, sometimes when I'm, things are going in the opposite direction. I'm teaching my butt off. While I have the mic muted. And now I'm talking to my daughter with the mic unmuted. Interesting. All right. So I wanted to jump into this conversation about no, my tea kettle's not black. Are you saying that I should have a black tea kettle? Yeah, my tea kettle's not black. Maybe I'll look into a black tea kettle. I need a black kettle? Why do I need a black kettle? What? Y'all gonna keep me alive forever. What? Yeah, y'all gonna keep me alive forever. What is the what health benefits am I missing out on by not having the black tea kettle? What is it? What do I not know? I appreciate that I made myself the center of the health universe. So whenever anybody sees me doing something that, looks like regular people do it, I get violated immediately. Oh, you thought it was black. Okay. Nah, it was probably just me absorbing the light in the room. Yeah, it was probably just me absorbing the light in the room. Yeah, I'm a different kind of black. You can't really tell what kind of black I am until you stand in a picture with me. Like other dark-skinned people, when other dark-skinned people stand, like, because I've taken pictures with people that are darker than I am. And when we get in when we look at the picture looks weird. It looks different. Yeah, I've had some really purple black folks like, yo, why you black? And I'm like, hold on, family. I'm actually like triple 93% chocolate. Like when you go to the supermarket and you get the 97% chocolate, I'm like that. You know what I'm saying? You technically. But I don't know. When I take pictures with folks, my melanin be hungry. My melanin is like in poverty. Even my melanin is from the Bronx. My melanin is not like passed down from Africa and Haiti and all that. My melanin is from the Bronx. So my melanin is hungry. Yeah, it just steals the light. Oh my goodness. I don't know where that came from. I was watching, I wasn't watching it, but it was playing in the background. Eddie Murphy's documentary. And Tracy Morgan was arguing with Eddie Murphy about how did he grow up in Brooklyn and not have welfare cheese. So I don't know, that might have just somehow it got in, I don't know. I don't know where it came from. Anyway, so yesterday we was having a conversation. We had some good conversations yesterday, getting back to the classwork. And one of the family said, yo, when you search a certain search, right? Your name pops up, your info pops up, in the Google search, So I didn't want to really go too much deep into it because the conversation needed its own space. And I had intentions of having the conversation anyway, right? But I had wanted to let the debate kind of settle down a little bit because people are still arguing about who won. Did Jabari win? Did EnQi win? And blah, blah, blah. And I even had to, talking on the phone with Sa the other day. I was like, Sa, you got to relax, brother. The people is going to argue it, man. There's people arguing Jordan and LeBron. They're going to argue that certain arguments forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to let the people argue about it. But, y'all did y'all biased, trick, rigged vote over there on your space. And we did the clean, honest vote over here on my space, right? And, we also went to a third party that's neutral, right? So we've got all the results. We feel how we feel. They feel how they feel. That's the end of that. What I don't want to happen is for people to miss out on, the information, which is my whole purpose for putting myself in a line of fire like that in the first place, right? Is to bring more light and more attention to the information, and then also to bring the information to more people, right? So bring the information to more people and bring more people to the information, right? And so we need to have some post debate discussions that aren't necessarily about the debate, right? The discussion needs to be on the information. Yeah, he trying to get something going on with Tahuti. You know what I'm saying? But that's the mistake here. You know what? I'm gonna leave it. I think you got to learn from your mistakes. And if he rushes into a conversation again, he's going to do the same thing he did this time, which is not prepare and bring old slides and like. So anyway. Don said it's leather. That is leather melanin. Yo, Don, you wow for that. Don said it's leather melanin. Listen. It might be a fact. That might be a fact. Don said it's leather melanin. Tika said we got the true result. I think we did. I'll be honest. Because he has like 10,000 people or 6,000 people or some wild number, people that watched it. But only like 200 people voted. So that right there is weird. You know what I'm saying? Because we only had 600 people watch it. And we had more than 100 votes. So you had 10 times the amount of people watching, but only double the amount of votes. That don't make sense. Yeah. Technically, he should have had like 1,000 people to vote it. You know what I'm saying? But the votes are in. However many people, it don't matter if it was 10 people to vote. The votes are in. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Jabari. Shout out to Sai. Shout out to all my ops. I appreciate them. I appreciate all my ops for allowing me low cost rent, almost free, almost free rent to live in their minds. Seriously. That's a fact. I would even have to agree with that. Even if I was in there talking about Bigfoot and LeBron James, nobody has ever seen Jabari that emotional, that unprepared, that discombobulated, talking about he got secret phone calls. Like it was wild. It's a classic. It's a classic. It's a classic. It's a classic. It'll probably, it'll probably never, I didn't say size my op, but I definitely have ops. If you might be telling us holograph might be a double agent. That's double agent talk right there. Like, listen, come on, don't worry about it, Malcolm. You good, you safe. just go on up on stage and make sure you stand like right there in the front while you teaching. Get your hand out my pocket. We thought Brother Malcolm may have no ops. Now I think that on the internet, you always have, I think in all places in life you have opposition. Yeah, if you don't have opposition, that you're probably not doing whatever it is that you do well enough. Yeah, if you do anything remotely, remotely good, you have ops. That's just is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. So listen, that's what I'm saying. I didn't want to get into like sidetracked into a debate compo, right? I want to talk about the information, right? Because a lot of people asked about the flyer. A lot of people asked about the flyer of the debate. Let me pull up the flyer to the debate. Actually, let me not. Well, I could pull it up like this. I could pull it up in a way where I don't get in trouble. Because for some reason, whenever I mess with the keynote, is usually when I start messing with keynote is when I start getting in trouble with the is when my share screen start acting crazy. Okay, yeah, I could pull this up right here. Bam. Let me just use this. People was asking me about this. Is it gonna come up? Okay, bam. Right here. You see that? Is it on the screen? Yeah, right there on the screen where it says Dr. EnQi the Mason. Like, I didn't think that was a thing that people would be curious about, because I don't think anybody's asking Jabari about whatever this baloney is up underneath his name, Heru, Jijin, Ma'at, Aten, blah, 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 blah. Like, he's got all the Kemetic deities. Right? But people were asking me about that. And I don't think I make it a secret that I'm a Mason. But I try to share as much information as is relevant to what it is that we're doing. I think one of the misconceptions about Masonry, and I primarily fault Masons, not actual people. I primarily fault Masons for not really teaching, Masonry the way they're supposed to be. Masons are supposed to be out teaching people, just in case you didn't know, right? That is actually a part of what Masons are supposed to do. Masons are supposed to be out in the world teaching the people various subjects. So when y'all see me, this is Masonry. Yeah, when y'all see me, it's Masonry. When you see other people, they may be practicing without knowing, but that's what Masons are supposed to do. Masons are supposed to be teachers. But one of the things relevant to the actual conversation was the second part of the debate, right? So, the debate subject was, is Christ a literal historical character, And then the second part of the debate was, is Christ the Word? Now, people have put lots of time and money into brainwashing folks into believing that there was some other subject that we were supposed to be covering. Unfortunately for them, you can't actually watch the debate without seeing the flyer, because the original flyer is all throughout the debate, as well as the weigh-in and et cetera, et cetera. So there's only ever been one flyer for the debate. So I wanted to talk today about that second portion, right? I wanted to talk today about that second portion. So I don't really know where the conversation is going to go. The conversation might wind up somewhere in heart health or diabetes. The conversation might wind up in quantum mechanics. The conversation might wind up somewhere stuck in the Bible. The conversation might wind up stuck in Kemet, right? Or we might move through all of those different areas and wind up somewhere totally different, right? But I want to have the conversation because people are interested, and obviously it is an interesting topic because, like I said yesterday, one of the brothers said that Google has like indexed it, right? So when you look it up, my name and information in the books and all that pops up. So I'm like, oh, okay. This is an important topic. Maybe it's such an important topic, that's why Jabari is going out of his way to hide this information. Hide the topic and hide the information. Doing that gatekeeper thing. And you know what's funny? I thought Masons were supposed to be the ones hiding the information. I thought we were supposed to be the one hiding. What you gonna do with these people? What are you gonna do with these people? So anyway, I want to start. How do I start this conversation? I think the best way to start this convo probably is to go to Google. Probably a nice little Google. Probably a Google would be good. Let's. All right, so let's go over here and just hit a quick little Google. I think Google would be good. So we could start this conversation off in a blind spot. I mean, not necessarily a blind spot, but just like a neutral spot. All right. Okay, let's go. What is the lost word in Freemasonry? Okay, so here we're gonna start right in Masonry. I'm Yakub now, huh? I appreciate it though. All right, so in Freemasonry, there's a such thing as the lost word. I'm not sure if y'all know that. Right? So the conversation about the word is actually a large part of Masonry. Now, I don't want to frame this conversation as if that was a part of the conversation we were supposed to be having in the debate. Right? I'm not making it seem like that. The Dr. EnQi, the Mason, was just put like a part of my name, you know what I'm saying? Like an AKA or whatever the case may be. A title, right? A title, Dr. EnQi, the Mason, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like anything attached to the debate. But I'm saying that the concept of the word is very much a part of Masonry. So it's a much larger topic. It's a much larger topic than you would think. In fact, it's if you think back, this has been a part of the fabric of society, like everywhere. This lost word concept, right? When we watch cartoons when we were kids, the cartoons are a lot different now. When we watch cartoons when we were kids, there was always a wizard, a sorcerer, a witch, right? That was looking for the magic word, like this word of power. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a word of power where they could tap into untold power and blah, 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 blah. Right? Obviously, cartoons, little fantasy, fiction, magic, right? But grounded in reality, because remember, it's adults that are writing the cartoon scripts, right? The lost word in Freemasonry isn't a single simple word, but a profound symbol for ultimate divine truth, spiritual enlightenment, or the lost divine name of God, representing a deeper knowledge beyond mere passwords, often linked to the story of Hiram Abiff and the Master Mason degree and the pursuit of self-perfection. It symbolizes a personal, ineffable experience of the divine that can't be fully spoken, but is sought through Masonic allegory, representing the journey from spiritual darkness to divine light, and is often associated with the logos or the word from the Gospel of John, signifying God's presence within. Wow. That is loaded right there. That is loaded right there. That is loaded. That is loaded. Now, mind you, when you sign up to be a Mason, you don't get like a Masonic book that has answers to all these things, which is the reason why I said I blame Masons for non-Masons not really understanding Masonry, because most Masons don't understand Masonry. 99% of Masons do not study Masonry. They join because they want to be a part of the club, or because they think they're going to be linked to some Illuminati group, and so they can drive at 90 miles an hour on the highway and, give the cops some sort of, like fraternal gang-like hand gesture, and then they can, throw the ticket in the trash because they realize they're fellow Masons or some crazy, like that's not it. And there are instances of things like that happening, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with Masonry. It has to do with people recognizing that they belong to the same organization. All kind of fraternities do that. People in strange places, like foreign places, they'll do that if they meet somebody over there that is from their neighborhood, or just anytime you recognize somebody as one of your own, you try to give them a little hookup, whatever that your own actually means. You know what I'm saying? So that's not necessarily some sort of, so they're disappointed in that when they join. But the whole idea of Masonry is that, you're signing up to be a lifelong student and a lifelong teacher, right? Those are your job. You're supposed to fight ignorance and superstition wherever you find it. And you do that by teaching. You do that by studying, and you do that by teaching. Like that's literally what the game plan is. So this right here, this AI overview is loaded. This AI overview is loaded. That's why I said I don't know where we're going to end up in this conversation, because we can take like this here, where it says, oh, you can't see when I highlight the phrase on the share screen, it doesn't show. All right, well, I highlighted from where it says often linked to the story of Hiram Abiff in the Master Mason degree and the pursuit of self-perfection, right? So this is what I'm talking about, the pursuit of self-perfection, right? The pursuit of self-perfection is one of the reasons why Hiram Abiff in Masonry, or just Masonry in general, is often linked to the story of Osiris, right? That is one of the other things that I brought up in the debate, right? In the debate, I brought up EnQi. Now, for people on the other side that don't read my books, they don't watch our content, they don't watch our videos, they don't know what it is that we do over here, that was probably like a new concept for them. For everybody else, it's like, I've said that phrase so many times that you could vomit already, because, that's the name of, that's one of the names of, this is the church of EnQi Christ. So literally that's everywhere over here. Right. But, so I think that we are commonplace with it. And for them, it's something that they were not familiar with. but it is one of the different titles of Osiris. And literally, it's about self-perfection. It's not about the perfect existence. That would be a mistranslation, contextually anyway, because it also means to become. It also means to become. So if you're becoming, you're not perfect in your state, you're attaining perfection, right? So there's a reference to Osiris here. Right? And then we keep going. We have the ineffable experience of the divine that can't be fully spoken, but is sought through Masonic allegory. Now, when we talk about Masonic allegory, most people, even people that are not Masons or affiliated with Masonry, know that that is geometry. Right? That's the big deal with Masonry is geometry. Right? So Masonic allegory is rooted in geometry, right? Which is another reference to Kemet, right? Representing the journey from spiritual darkness to divine light, right? So this is a part of the story of Re, which is why we have the Book of Gates, the Amduat, stories like that, where the darkness represents Osiris and the light represents Heru. And we go through that every night coming into the day, right? Every night going into the day, starting with the time that Ra sets, right? So Ra is defeated by Set, or Heru is defeated by Set at 6 o'clock in the evening. And then that starts the 12-hour struggle and journey, right? Through the Amduat, or through the underworld of darkness, symbolizing Osiris. And then the sun comes back out, which is Kepra and Ra and Horus kind of all rolled into one at 6 a.m. Right? So we have that whole concept playing out. And then we get to the bottom here and it says, the missing word, talking about the missing word, the lost word, is often associated with the logos or the word from the Gospel of John, signifying God's presence within. So this is where it gets very specific, hyper specific, right? Hyper specific, right? The logos or the word from the Gospel of John, signifying God's presence within. Yo, let's go with the super chat. Let's go with the super chat. That's what I'm talking about. Did just make this up, or can I find this prayer schedule? Did I just make this up, or can I wait? Retype that so I know what you're saying, so I know what you're asking. You're saying, did I just make this up, or can you find our prayer schedule? Our prayer schedule? Or are you talking about Heru and Set? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Sam? Our prayer schedule is always right there. If you're talking about our prayer schedule is always right here. It's the thing that is kind of right here on the board. So if you're talking about our prayer schedule, we have a prayer schedule. It's right here. So I don't know what your question, because your question didn't come. I'm not sure if you meant to, like it says, did just make this up, or can I find this prayer schedule? So I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Now, in terms of what I'm reading, I didn't make this up. This is an AI overview. I just typed in to kind of get the conversation started. I just typed in, what is the lost word in Freemasonry? And this is what popped up. And so we just read it. And yeah, we just kind of just been going into what is the Masonic stance on the lost word. So that I cannot make up. I believe that there's all kinds of books and everything on this subject. I don't think that this is not this is not something I made up. This is if you type this in on your computer, you'll find all kinds of everything on the lost word in Freemasonry. Yeah, this is not something that I'm making up. Yeah, this is definitely not something that I'm making up. This is a thing in Masonry, or people who are interested in studying Masonry. There's lots of there's lots of different blogs. I would even think that see, look, this is a book right here. The Lost Word of Freemasonry by Henry Purtle. No thanks. Okay, when was this written? The Lost Word of Freemasonry, book written by Henry Purtle. Okay, he wrote this book in 2010, right? So that's 2010. You have, let's see if it's a topic. Let's do this. Books on the lost word in Freemasonry. Shopping. So yeah, you have a plethora of different books dedicated to this concept, right? It is one of the it's one of the bigger secrets. If there is a secret in Masonry, it's one of the bigger secrets, because Masonry doesn't necessarily have it. So it's an industry primarily driven mostly by Masons or Masonic enthusiasts, because the information is not in it's not in Masonry. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go with the super chat. That's what I'm talking about. The prayer schedule on the whiteboard is just from observing the sun. Well, yeah. Yeah. Of course it is. So I don't know what you are I don't know what you're trying to, like, what, I don't know what that means. But I definitely want to say thank you to Amin Rob McCarthy, Mr. Lungs, Tika, the First Minister, for getting the super chat started. Just asking. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, the sun is the sun is the organizer. The sun is the master organizer of life and energy here on this planet. So lots of things are, that's kind of the plug. The sun is the plug, and pun intended. The sun is the plug. Like, that is the OG for all life here on this planet. So yeah, definitely. We should organize things based on nature, right? Based on nature. the Earth, where the planets are lined up, not just the Earth, where all the planets are lined up is based on the sun. Our seasons are based on our relationship to the sun. The reason why our pH in our blood is 7.365 is because of the sun. The reason why we have 52 weeks in a year is because of the sun. Even the 365 days in a year is because of the sun. So yeah, I think that the world would be a lot less chaotic if we tap back in. Yeah, we got to tap back in. But yeah, so back over here to our matter of fact, let me go get these books off my bed. Hold up. Actually, here, let me give y'all something while I go get these books. Because I might have to look for a book or two. I might have to look for a book or two. So y'all can have this while I'm gone.
There's a high dream, a vibe thing. They living on the live stream. Yeah. On the writer subscribe thing. Living on the live stream. Yeah. Dead over live stream. Afterlife of the live stream. Peasants turn tracking. Live on the live stream. Resurrect the brain dead. Ghost in a bandwidth. Eyes on the lens, but the heart's where the scam lives. Cold crack algorithms in the snake pit. Clickbait, halos, angels in the fake fit. Soul auction, pixels in the gavel sound. Tears in the comments, drowning in the caption now. Timeline bleeding, edges start to fray.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Go to Barnes and Nobles and get this book right now. If you do not have this book, go and get this from Barnes and Nobles. If you did not get copies of this book to give away for Christmas gifts, go get you some more copies from Barnes and Nobles, because you might have been shiesty and only got you one. Yeah, you might only got you one. So if you only got you one, go back and get some more to give out for Christmas gifts. But this is the book I was looking for. Right? All right, so let's flip through this book. Right? And we will work our way around to all of the topics in the title. All of the topics in the title. Yo, I can't hold you. I used to feel like that. Yeah, when I had like the first 10 or 20 books on Amazon, I you know what I'm saying? I'd be holding them, but now it's so many. It's not even possible for me to even hold them joints. Then I did like a skit where I had like mad books in a duffel bag, like I was a cocaine dealer. You know what I'm saying? I had the books in the duffel bag. Now they can't even fit in the duffel bag. So we just working. Yeah, we just working. We on God time. All right, but if you do have the book, for the people that do have the book, we're just going to jump to the preface, the preface, and we're going to read through the preface and I think the intro. We're going to rock through the preface and the intro and see if we can't address some of this stuff that needs to be addressed. Might have to wipe this whiteboard clean as well. Yeah, let me clean this whiteboard while we at it.
Light spring dry, but the streams never stray. Windows to the soul.
Hold on, man. That ain't the one right there. Right now, I'm on this.
Resonate, resonate. See what I'm saying? Levitate, resonate, resonate. Nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, resonate. Oh, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are laid. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade. Noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. Ooh, the beat is the best part of me.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it.
Resonate, resonate.
See what I'm saying? Levitate.
Resonate, resonate.
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
All right. Y'all know where the playlist is. Y'all know where to find them joints. Go to the playlist. All right. Anyway, the heart. Now, obviously, if you look at the cover of this book, right? If you look at the cover of this book, when you look at the thickness of this book, look at the cover of this book, obviously the focal point of this book is going to be the heart, right? The focal point of this book is going to be the heart. When we really nailed down diabetes, the next challenge was heart health, right? And we haven't wavered from melanin versus diabetes and heart health. Like, that is at the core of everything we do, everything we present. So even this conversation, it may seem like, to the untrained mind or to somebody that's just kind of tuning in, that may not really read our books or watch our material, that we're having like a different type of conversation. Like, we're not talking about health, or we're not talking about diabetes or heart disease, right? But this term, right? This is how your heart is discussed. Your heart health is discussed, right? So for many people, that may just be a coincidence. If you feel like that's a coincidence, I don't have an argument with you. I don't have a debate with you. I'm cool with that. We're not ops because you feel like this is just a coincidence, right? I just personally do not believe in coincidence. It's not that I don't believe in coincidence in this situation. I just don't believe in coincidence, right? So this right here The QRST complex is how the electrical activity of your heart is described and discussed. Right? Now, if we go back 5,000 years, we have this, which was a large part of the subject matter in the debate, because this is a word that covers the full panorama of burial rituals in Kemet. Right? All of the burial rituals are covered by this word. This is the word that covers that. Right? So this word here could be totally like this could be totally a coincidence. Like I said, I don't want to argue or debate with anybody who feels like this is a coincidence. Right? Now, if somebody says, I'm making this up, this has nothing to do with the heart, you would look foolish and we would have an argument, because we could type in the QRST complex and you'll see nothing but heart electrocardiograms and all kinds of information surrounding the heart pop up. Right? If we go into Kemet, which I showed in the debate, this term here is the overall term that covers all of the burial rituals. Now, where these things intersect, right? Where they intersect, that's kind of like MySpace, right? That's kind of like MySpace. Because for me, it's no coincidence that all of the burial rituals in Kemet center around the heart. For me, that's not a coincidence. That today's modern scientific understanding uses the exact same letter, it's the same word. For me, that's not a coincidence. Well, why isn't that a coincidence for you, Doc? Like, why would that make sense for you, Dr. EnQi? Now I'm in the chat. I'm half curious and half troll, right? I'm not me. I'm you. I'm somebody in the chat that's half curious and half trolling, right? Why would you think that these have anything to do with each other? Outside of the obvious. I mean, like outside of the obvious, right? Well, our modern system of medicine, of pharmaceuticals, of surgery, of cardiology, diabetes, all of those things come from these people. The people who created this system also gave the world the first medical papyri, the first surgical papyri, the first studies on the human heart, the first anatomical studies, the first surgical tools, which are still in use today. So for me, it's a no-brainer that this comes from here, especially when the whole point of all these burial rituals was to prepare the heart. The whole purpose of all the burial rituals is to focus on the heart. So all of those burial texts and all of those rituals was all about preparing the heart. So for me, that's why it's not a coincidence for me. That's why one comes from the other for me. It's not just a matter of saying, oh, well, they just happen to have used the same letters. Because there's a whole bunch of letters. The odds on just so happening to use the same letters to discuss the same subject in the same context is astronomical. Right? So just saying, for the folks, because I know we got new folks that, you know, maybe just tuning in or whatever the case may be. So when we start going into, and then we have some old folks that's like, yo, Inc, you know, we want to get back into the cardio and the push-ups and the, you know, should we eat fish or should we have kale? Like, we just want to get into the plain, the straight hard line health conversation. Doc, we get it. We get the science and all that, but we just want to know, like, yeah, we want to get back to counting calories and macros, right? We just want to get back into where we feel safe at, right? So just for everybody's edification, right, before we go into the book, right? And then even on the cover, which we've discussed, we have this right here, which is actually the oldest depiction of a working heart. 1,000 years before Western institutions, the Olmecs had created a actual 3D a statue that was anatomically correct, depicting the anatomy of the heart. So not necessarily something written down on paper, but a 3D depiction, something you could hold in your hand, living geometry, right? Which was more important coming from the Kemetic traditions. The Greek tradition of equations and things written down is a little different, right? But the Kemetic way, which passed on to the Olmecs, was actually the demonstration, right? So even now you hear people who claim the Moorish nationality or descent, they always talk about, you know, like demonstration. They use that word, like, give us a demonstration. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what it's about. Not what you wrote down, but the demonstration, right? So we have that on the cover of the book. Then we also have Nefer on the cover of the book. And Nefer is another way for you to understand what the Kemetic people thought was important, right? This is their symbol of beauty, literally a symbol of beauty. That's what Nefer means, beauty. And that is the windpipe connected to the heart. And so not only is the symbol for beauty anatomically accurate, describing the relationship of the breath and the heart, or respiration, but it is also about the cosmology, because you have Re, most explicitly you have Ptah speaking the world into existence, and that happens between the tongue and the heart. And then you have these vessels that match the goddess of love. And most people just looked and said, oh, well, the goddess of love, her face looks weird like that because they made her into a cow. She's a cow. She's a cow deity. So this is, you know, they're making her face look like a cow. But actually, she's also a love deity. So in that same pocket, she's modeled after the heart. These vases right here, these vessels, are a part of this, the burial rituals as well. So anyway, and then up top, obviously you have the weighing of the heart ceremony, and you have a beetle here, which we have embellished upon, right? For the title of the book, we're talking about music and songs and some other stuff. But anyway, so even the cover of the book is very communicative in terms of what it is that we're trying to do, right? So if you don't have the book, you want to go get the book. Anyway, page 9. The heart is an amazing supernatural organ. It starts with contraction and relaxation. The contraction is on 3 levels: a cellular level, the physical level, and an electrical level. The electrical level begins with your SA node that shoots an electric wave to the AV node, and then down the bundle of His to hit the Purkinje fibers. This electrical wave then creates contractions. Another aspect of this would be the physical level. That is the squeezing of the atria and the ventricles when the blood enters into the right side of the heart. This blood flow happens via the superior and inferior vena cava. They dump into the right atrium as used up blood. The oxygen content is very low in the right side of the heart. That blood then travels through the tricuspid valve into the right ventricle. And after that, leaves the right ventricle, then goes through the pulmonary valve into the pulmonary artery and then into the lungs. In the lungs is where the deoxygenated blood picks up the oxygen that the lungs inhale through a process called external respiration. After the blood has picked up the oxygen-rich atmosphere, the blood then returns to the heart via the pulmonary vein. Those pulmonary veins dumped into the left atrium, then down through the bicuspid valve into the left ventricle. There you have another squeeze. This squeeze is called systole. Systole is the top number of the blood pressure, which should be about 120 mmHg. Once the blood is squeezed out of the left ventricle into the aortic valve, through to the aorta, then to the rest of the body. That is the amazing travel of blood through the heart and the lungs. And then the third level is the cellular level. This is where you have potassium-rich cells with sodium floating around on the outside. When the sodium has a sudden influx into the potassium-rich cell, you have a change in polarity, which we call depolarization. Depolarization, aka squeeze, aka systole, all mean the same thing, to squeeze. And then once the cell decides to get rid of the extra sodium, the heart can now repolarize or relax. This is the amazing, amazing travel and consistency and contraction of the heart and how it keeps us alive with every single beat. But the most important aspect is the supernatural aspect. What gives the SA node its spark? What tells it to fire? What or who says, send that signal to the AV node and kick off the electrical conduction of your heart? We call it the Most High. Only the Most High can give a message to the heart to make it beat. So be careful what you do with your heart. Be mindful what you take into your body and be mindful how you live. You only have one heart. If you think about it, your heart has beat millions of times and you didn't even think about it. Peace. Now, that is from Amin Ra McCarthy, a registered respiratory therapist, certified RRT, right? So before you jump out the window, folks, just know that preface is not written by me, right? So that's written by somebody who does this for a living, right? Somebody who does this for a living. Because oddly enough, I only have arguments usually of a certain nature with John Q. Public. Medical students and medical professionals and people that are into anatomy and physiology of all sorts, we speak the same language. So we automatic, they automatic. Oh yeah, oh man, that's great. Yeah, like we fall in line with each other immediately. All right, introduction. Let's jump to the introduction. Now, before we get to the introduction, that preface literally describes this. That preface is describing Christ complex or the QRST complex. The depolarization and repolarization of cardiac cells, right? That's how the electric potential is generated, which becomes the electromagnetic wave that causes your heart valves to open and close. That's where you get the sound, the beat. That's the valves opening and closing, right? And they open and close along with the squeeze, right? They open and close along with the squeeze. So you actually have both types of waves generated by the heart. You have the electrical, right, which generates your body's magnetic field, right, which is measured in the QRST complex. But then you also have the valves opening and shutting, and you have the squeezing happening. And so both of those things generates mechanical waves. So you have electromagnetic waves, and then you also have mechanical or pressure waves generated by your heart at the same time, right? In fact, let me do this real quick. All right, so just really quick, I typed in what is the QRST complex, and here's what we got. The QRS complex is a series of waves on an electrocardiogram that represent the rapid electrical activation of the ventricles, which causes them to contract and pump the blood. It is composed of 3 parts. All right. So we got that. Right. Now, if we look at this paper here, you will see you have your QRS waves, and then you have your T wave here. You have your T wave here, right? And sometimes we add the per. Sometimes we add the per in our conversation, but the per is here. You have a P and an R segment. You have a PR segment. All right. Just so you at home know, we're not coming up with these things. This just is what it is. Right? I didn't create this. I didn't create this term any more than I created this one. Right? I just noticed that there was something connecting the two of them, potentially, right? All right, so go to page 14 if you have the book. If you don't have the book, go to Barnes and Nobles and get this book. All right. Introduction. In the beginning, there was only vibration, energy spiraling into form, each wave completing itself at 360 degrees. Crest returning to crest, trial to trial, the full rotation of existence. Kepra. Okay. Actually, let me see if I can pull that up. See if we can pull up something here. a complete wave 360 degrees. All right, so just so that we are taking as much of our time as possible, right? Is a complete wave 360 degrees? Yes, a complete wave, especially for a sine wave used in physics and electronics, is considered 360 degrees, representing one full oscillation from start through the crest and the trough. Right? So when I'm saying that, when I'm reading that from the book, I want y'all to know, the people that are unfamiliar with the terms I'm using, that these are not terms that I'm making up. Again, you just have to read, right? So if you're familiar with the material, these would be terms you're familiar with. If you're not, that's another reason why you need to get the book, so that you can become familiar with these terms, right? You see here, it says, especially for a sine wave used in physics and electronics. One of the questions we got yesterday, which took us down kind of a rabbit hole, was about Dr. Sebi's concept of the body being electric, right? We have went much further in terms of our research and created a whole entire anatomical view of the body from a standpoint of a multitude of electronic devices functioning together as a larger system, right? So if any of us agree or understand that electricity plays a role in how the human body works, it would make sense, if we want to learn more about health, that we then pause on the traditional study of the flesh and spend a little bit of time figuring out how electricity actually moves and how electricity works. Because it is my theory that the reason why heart disease is the number one killer all over the world is because we haven't taken out our time to really study this. Neither have we taken our time to really study this. We haven't really put much time into studying the electrical nature of the heart. So we're largely clueless. And we haven't taken our time to really examine the 5,000-year-old research on the electrical nature of the heart. That's already been done for us. So we've got to jump in that aspect to have started doing that work. It's definitely also the alphabet. It is definitely also the alphabet. But so is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So they could have used, if it was just about using random letters, they could have easily just used those. Why didn't they use A, B, C, D, E, F, G? Why didn't they use X, Y, Z? Why didn't they use any of the other 20 letters in the alphabet? Right? They could have used, if it's just that, right? Why didn't they use any of the other letters in the alphabet? So there's that. Right? So again, for people who just simply see coincidence, I don't really argue. Right? Because they could have used any letters in the alphabet or no letters in the alphabet at all. They didn't have to actually use letters. They could have used any numbers, symbols, anything to describe this complex. but they specifically picked the exact same ones that were used thousands of years ago, right? All right. So I just wanted to show, as we cracking open the introduction, right? The very first sentence, when I'm saying, in the beginning, there was only vibration, energy spiraling into form, each wave completing itself at 360 degrees, crest returning to crest, trowel to trowel, right? This is what I'm talking about. The crest and the trowel of a wave, right? So even when I say in the beginning was the wave, right? You may not know that we were already having that discussion, right? This is the 0 point, right? This is the crest. This is the trowel, right? This is the crest. This is the trowel. The midpoint is 180 degrees. Right? And remember, on a whole nother level, when we're talking about religion, keep in mind the purpose of religion, right? Keep in mind the purpose of not modern day religion, like not like John Q. Public joining a religion, somebody joining up with becoming a Muslim or becoming a Christian. No, no, no. The purpose of the people who created religion, they were studying creation. They were studying creation, right? And so modern science also studying creation. That's how we got quantum mechanics. That's how we got a periodic table. That's how we got a periodic table, which then 100 years or so later, maybe a couple hundred years later, gives us quantum mechanics and blah, 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 right? And so it's interesting when you find out the same language is used in both places. The same language is coincidentally used in both places. Right? All right. A wave. A wave is the simplest, purest act of creation. Motion returning home. When the ancients said the word or the breath began the world, they were describing the precise geometry, energy folding into rhythm, frequency standing still long enough to become matter. Now take that circle of 360 degrees and divide it by 22/7, right? You divide it by 22/7, that gives you a way to understand 360 degrees and build with it, right? Now, again, this is the reason why the word coincidence is in the title of the video. Because the people that want you to be asleep, they wave the word coincidence around all over the place. And then you go right to sleep at the wheel. Me, I don't believe in coincidences, right? So in order to understand a circle, in order to understand the 360 degrees, right? In order to get this, right? In order to get this, right? In order to get this, right? Because in here is where we get our working tools, right? right? In order to understand, okay, yeah, in order to understand, we need a number, right? In order to understand the importance of these three shapes, right? A wave, a circle, a square, we need a number, right? And that number, back in Kemet, right? In Kemet, that number is this: 22 over 7. 22 over 7 is the number key. This is the number key to understand the nature of a square, the nature of a circle, the nature of a wave, especially in understanding that these are two-dimensional representations. So you would have a sphere and a cube, and the wave would be a field, right? So you'd have a sphere, a cube, and a field, right? This is the number that allows for understanding of these three things, right? And this is how you get a priesthood intertwined with your what later on looks like religion in hindsight, right? Because they're talking about creation and gods and natures, and all of those things are interwoven. Because in order to understand the forces of creation, you needed to understand the math and the geometry, right? You needed to understand the math and the geometry. And this number right here is the key to that, right? So when it goes from Kemet to the Bible story, that number is also encoded in the Bible story, right? This number is also encoded in the Bible story, because in the Bible story, we are told that God used 27 characters in 7 days. 22 characters in 7 days. 22 characters in 7 days is how God created the world. 22 characters, 7 days. Now, if you're somebody that just studies the Bible, this may not pop out to you, but that is pi, in case you still don't know what that is. That is pi, right? And it is a very specific version of pi, because most of us are familiar with this from school. 3.14 blah, 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 right? This is actually called the ancient Egyptian or the Kemetic approximation for pi, because it's not exactly pi. This number doesn't work out exactly to 3.14 blah, 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 blah in the decimals. But it is the most accurate you can get in a system of fractions to approximating the decimal that we know of as pi. And pi is the number that you need in order to begin to break down this geometry. So it just so happens that this is yet another coincidence from Kemet to the Bible to modern science. Just another coincidence. This number comes from Kemet. We have it. It's not like it's something inferred. It's not like I'm making it up. It's in the papyri and it's in the architecture. It also just so happens to be the 7 days of creation that God uses with the word, because the word is obviously to a person that is entrenched in Bible philosophy or Bible theology, right? The language of creation is the Hebrew or some ancient version of the Hebrew, right? Which has 22 characters, right? So that's just another coincidence, I'm sure. Trust me, I'm sure that that's just another coincidence, right? So this is why the title of the video has coincidence in it, because there are a lot of coincidences that we have to look the other way for. Yeah, we have to look the other way and go, oh yeah, that's a coincidence. Oh, and that thing next to the coincidence, that's a coincidence too. Even though the odds on some of these coincidences is astronomical. You'd have better odds at this being a coincidence. You would have better odds at hitting $1 billion lotto 7 days straight. Anyway, so now take that circle of 360 divided by 22/7, the ancient fraction for pi, the eternal ratio that measures the circumference of the circle to its diameter. 22 and 7 are arbitrary numbers. They encode the same law that govern both heaven and scripture. This is how you turn a circle into a wave. The Bible is explaining how the speaking into existence happened with math and geometry. The Hebrews taught that the universe was spoken into existence through 22 letters, the vibrational seeds of the alphabet. Genesis records that this vibration unfolded over 7 days, the sevenfold rhythm of sacred time. Together they form 22/7, the mathematical key to the circle, the geometry of Genesis. Keep in mind that 22/7 is known as the Kemetic approximation for pi. This fraction isn't coincidence. It's a signature. All right? It's a signature. Now, hop on over to page 15. A complete wave is a circle of motion. It is not a line. It begins at 0, rises to 90 degrees, crosses at the midpoint at 180 degrees, reverses at 270 degrees, and completes at 360 degrees. So a square and a circle are not the only things that are 360 degrees, as most of us learned about squaring the circle, right? But we didn't get that you square a circle with a wave. Because in school, what we learned was, right? In school, we learned the point, right? And then when you have 2 points, you can form a line, right? And then when you have the third point, that gives you your first geometrical shape, which is the triangle, which is the reason why the triangle is the strongest and blah, 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 right? And so you kind of walk this line without ever resolving the curvature, right? You get the shapes, but you never get to resolve the curvature. When you do the dots, the points, and the lines, right? You never resolve the curvature. You're told that the quickest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. And that's not exactly how real life works, right? On paper, way different than real life, right? On paper, way different than real life. Because in real life, what we're dealing with is light, right? We're dealing with electric and magnetic fields. In a real sense, not like a chakra foolishness type of sense. We're dealing with it in a real sense, right? And we now know that atoms are composed of energy. That energy This is the shape of energy. This is the geometry of energy. Geometry doesn't have this energy doesn't have this geometry or this geometry or this geometry. For our pyramid folks, right? This is the geometry of energy, a wave. So the creation of matter, the creation of flesh, the creation of consciousness is here. It starts with this shape, this geometry. All right. So anyway, the first words of Genesis, let there be light, are not poetry. They are wave mechanics. The light was coherence. The light was coherence. The synchronization of vibration into standing frequency. 360 degrees of organized energy. And when the scribes said God spoke creation, they were describing what we now call resonance. Energy patterned into stability. So standing waves is not just about sound. It's not just about acoustics or mechanical waves or pressure waves, right? Standing waves can be generated by any type of actual waves, right? Whether we're talking about electromagnetic waves, whether we're talking about water in the ocean, you can create a standing wave, right? Period. Whenever you have traveling waves with similar intensity interact, you have the potential to create standing waves. Now, in order for energy to turn into matter, you have to have standing waves, because the energy has to stabilize into a vibrational pattern that can hold itself. So all of what we study in terms of the periodic table, that's what that is. Let's pull up a periodic table, right? That's what we're looking at with a periodic table. Right? That is what a periodic table is. You just may not know that you were studying wave mechanics. If you studied the periodic table in school at all, a little bit, a lot, you went to college, you dropped out, it doesn't matter. If you are familiar with ever seeing this, the periodic table, you were studying wave mechanics. That's what you were studying. Right? All of these atoms have a different number of electrons. The electrons and the protons form stabilized wave patterns. Your atoms are based on this shape. Now, when atoms come together, they arrange themselves in shapes like these. So you get crystal. You get what's called a crystal lattice structure. Crystal lattice structures are when atoms come together in repeating shapes, repeating units. That's how you get crystals. That's how you get bones. That's how you get piezoelectric material. Because the atoms are arranged in an organized fashion, hence the word organized, any pressure that you put on an organized structure instantly is converted to electricity. Instantly. The same way you could take your finger and press a button on your keyboard, right? Or you got a cell phone and you got a touch screen. When you hit the touch screen on your cell phone, that is piezoelectricity. Is it always piezoelectricity? Yeah, I think the touch screens do piezoelectricity. I think your keyboard functions more like your ears. Yeah, I think your keyboard functions more like your ears, because your ears is not necessarily piezoelectric, even though there's crystals in your ear. What the ear does is convert the pressure wave into an electric signal that travels from the hair in the ear into the nerves and then to the brain. Bottom line, though, the pressure is converted one way or the other into an electric signal, right? And then the electric signals can be turned into information, right? Could this be used for teeth regeneration? Anything that could be used for bone can be used for your teeth, technically, because teeth are bones, right? But I just want you to know that is what the periodic table is made out of, right? So you're talking about more, you're just talking about more standing waves, pretty much, right? So when you look at the table, right? Hydrogen has 1 electron, helium has 2, lithium has 3, beryllium has 4, boron 5, carbon 6, nitrogen 7, oxygen 8, and you go through the whole list. The whole list is going to give you a count of electrons and protons, period. Oxygen has 8 protons and 8 electrons, right? The electrons are stabilized by the protons to a greater or lesser extent, right? So that's all you're looking at when we look at these atoms. These atoms are not solid. They're not solid like this. If I could hold an atom in my hand, my arm would go through it, because an atom is not solid. An atom is just made up of a unit of energy. A unit of energy. Stabilized waves that are stabilized so they're vibrating together. And that's where photons come into the picture. Because anytime, which happens all the time, every moment, like it's a nonstop process, but photons are absorbed by the electrons surrounding an atom, and the wave jiggles. And when it jiggles, it releases the photon back out. It absorbs photons, releases photons. So all atoms are actually determined by protons, electrons, and photons. The photon is not an intrinsic part of the atom, but all atoms are absorbing and radiating photons. And because you can think of them as musical instruments, right? The photon has an intensity that it's going to strike the instrument with. So think of like a guitar. You can hit the strings soft or you can hit them hard, right? Now, the sound is based on the type of strings you got, how tight the strings are, how many strings you have. So if we include all things as being equal, each atom has another string than the last one. Hydrogen has only 1 string on the guitar. Helium has 2 strings on the guitar, and so on and so forth. Oxygen has 8 strings on the guitar, right? And you keep moving. Now, each photon has a different intensity that it hits the strings with, that it plucks the strings with, right? And we have a list of that intensity, right? That's called the electromagnetic spectrum, right? We know that infrared is a lot slower and softer. Yeah, it's slow and soft. It's barely touching the strings. It's like bring. But then all the way to the other side, we know that we got the UV, which is hard, like banging the guitar. Like it might break the guitar because they coming so hard and fast. Pause. That sounded crazy. But they're flying so fast. We moving on. Y'all get it. Or you may not get it. Either way, if you don't get it, you just rewind the video. All right. So in that reading, the Bible isn't just theology, it's physics in ancient code. The 22 letters correspond to the wavelengths of the divine utterance in the 7 days, the temporal rhythm of formation. The 360 degree wave to the circular completion of creation, and the 22/7, the bridge between sound and shape. The universe itself becomes the verse of one word sung through a perfect 360-degree circle, right? So when they say, let there be light, they are describing in poetic language what modern physics recognizes as the birth of coherence, the conversion of vibration into radiance, right? Which is not a new subject, right? So I know there are people that are like, EnQi, you just coming up with this stuff. But the people that have been around, they know like this is literally all I've been talking. I literally have an album that we released. I don't know how many, how old is that album now? The album's like 4 or 5 years old now, right? Sound Becomes Light by Dr. EnQi. Right? Sound becomes light. Even when before that album, when I was talking about the body runs on light and not electricity, because that's what is released from ATP. The exothermic reaction is a combination of sound and light, right? And some people will say that the light is a result of the sound. Some people the other way around. Me, I don't care. I'm just saying the origin of creation is echoed in every ATP that our cells use. Every ATP, sound and light, becoming life over and over and over again. Right? So anyway, in this model, speech is not a simple metaphor. It is organized energy made audible and visible. A standing wave is what happens when two equal waves move in opposite directions and interfere, forming stationary points called nodes and antinodes. Energy no longer travels away, but it vibrates in place. It builds pressure, amplitude, and rhythm. This is what is required in order for energy to become matter. And this is what's described in Albert Einstein's E equals MC squared. Right? Man, we done wrote too big. Well, I can just sneak it up here. Yeah, we can just sneak it up here. E equals MC squared. Right? One of the applications for E equals MC squared is to have a working equation that gives equivalence of energy to matter. Energy to matter. Right? So the way energy happens to become matter is because energy has to be stabilized long enough to what we would consider congeal into matter through mass. So the relationship of mass to matter is waviness. Shout out to Max B, right? All right. Energy folds in upon itself until it reaches a threshold, the point where electromagnetic tension releases as light. In the cosmos, that same process occurs in the atom. Every electron is a standing wave bound to a nucleus. In an atom, the electron's behavior is best described as a three-dimensional standing wave. The concept of electrons existing in specific stable energy levels around the nucleus, known as orbitals, arises precisely because only certain wavelengths can form stable standing wave patterns within a confined space of an atom. The term orbital in modern chemistry and physics refers to the mathematical function called the wave function, right? That describes the three-dimensional standing wave pattern and the probability distribution of finding the electron in a given region of space. All right, now, when I'm talking about folding in on itself, right? I'm talking about the standing wave, right? Because the standing wave, right? The standing wave, if we take this top part and this bottom part and put it together, right? If we take the top part and the bottom part and put it together, right? That's what you get. And this is the fundamental shape of a standing wave, the almond, the same shape as your eyes, the same shape as your mouth, right? Your mouth, where your words come from, which are standing waves generated by your vocal cords, right? Just like on musical instruments, right? Yeah. Your mouth. Right? I feel like my bottom doesn't match the top. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah, I feel like Bill Cosby was trying to teach us about this with the brown hornet. The brown hornet. Yeah, gotta forgive me. I told you I was watching Eddie Murphy documentary this morning. But so this is what you get when you get two waves in opposite directions come together. This is the fundamental standing wave geometry. The fundamental. So do you have larger and more complex standing waves? Absolutely, because you can have these in repeating units. Right? And when you have these in repeating units, that's where you get nodes and antinodes. Right? Nodes and antinodes. Right? All right. Where we at? Over here. The electron is not a particle zipping around in a fixed orbit like a planet, but rather a smeared out cloud of probability density that oscillates in place. These quantized waves, right? Now, quantized waves. Anybody that's been to the studio to record music, you should know about quantized waves because that's what Pro Tools is doing. That's what Pro Tools is doing. Even if you don't know what the engineer is doing, every so often you'll hear the engineer messing with something and it's like a clock ticking. The engineer is quantizing the waves that you see, if you don't know what the engineer is doing and you're just watching the engineer, like looking over his shoulder, those are waves. Those bars, those are your waveforms, right? Those are your waveforms. And that's why the original or the best sound quality you can get from a studio session is a wave, right? But they created MP3s for storage purposes, right? The MP3 is like a picture of the face of a wave. So you get to mimic the sound of the actual wave, but it doesn't have all of the information. So an MP3 won't sound as rich on a speaker system as if you got a wave file. A wave file is way different. It's more full, right? Hopefully this is making sense. If you've never been to a studio and you never seen Pro Tools, you don't know what I'm talking about. You're gonna be one of them people over there with them folks from the other side talking about, yeah, EnQi be making up stuff. Matter of fact, let me see, because we can look that. Let's see if we can look that up. I try to look up as much stuff as possible. Let's see. Can y'all see that? Okay, cool. Let's .wav versus .mp3. Let's just see what we get. Wave and MP3 are audio formats that differ in compression. Wave files are uncompressed and preserve the highest quality, while MP3 files are compressed and much smaller in size, making them ideal for storage and streaming. For professional audio editing or when maximum quality is needed, the wave is better. But for general listening and sharing, MP3s are more practical due to their smaller file size. All right, so yeah. I don't think that's much different than what I was saying. All right. All right. Now remember, go and get this book from Barnes and Nobles. Right? Go and get the book from Barnes and Nobles. All right. These quantized waves, the atomic orbitals, are the stable harmonics of matter. When an electron shifts from one standing wave configuration to a lower one, the difference in energy is not lost. It is emitted as a photon. That photon is light, organized energy leaving its harmonic confinement to travel through space. All right. So that might be a lot for some people. Let's break this back down again. I told y'all, if we don't do a couple videos, we're gonna be here for a while. And seeing as we ain't read nothing but two, 3 pages, we're gonna be here for a while. All right. So you have a traveling wave, which looks like this. This is a traveling wave, right? This is a standing wave. The periodic table of elements is made up of atoms, and the atoms are composed of standing waves. Now, mind you, that's a simplification so that we could communicate, because otherwise we would have to talk about Schrodinger equations of potential wave functions and blah, 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 blah. Gobbledygook. It would sound like the Charlie Brown teacher. So it's simple to understand. The electrons are stabilized standing waves, right? Standing waves are stable. They kind of stay put. Like you put your horses in a stable so that the horses don't run off. You put them in a stable, right? So when your energy is in a stable configuration, that's a standing wave. traveling waves do just that. Traveling waves pass through, right? Papa was a Rolling Stone. Some of these songs that are timeless hits because they encode a timeless truth. And the timeless truth is something that will make people resonate. Get it? You resonate with the truth. So when you hear the song in, I don't know, 19 whatever, the song is still dope. When you hear the song in 2000, it's still dope when you hear it in 2025, and it'll continue to be dope into infinity because there's a timeless truth that they've encoded into a story. Musicians, writers do the same thing today as the griot did 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. Right? So Papa was a Rolling Stone. Yeah. There's a period where dads was moving around making multiple families. Okay, great. Papa was a Rolling Stone. Then there's another level and another level and another level. And the more levels of truth you can pack into an idea, the more people will resonate with it. The more people will resonate with it. Right? So anyway, a traveling wave travels. Right? So now you have the relationship between traveling waves and standing waves. When you have two traveling waves meet each other, like a couple, like two people, right? Two people. A lot of times we make people with people who were strangers. Think about that. Your baby mom, your baby daddy, your husband, your wife. Unless you're one of the people who just always knew that person, like that happens sometimes. When you're born, your mom was pregnant at the same time her best friend was pregnant. So you happen to grow up with this person. And then, you know, y'all was throwing mud and pulling each other's hair. And then somewhere around 12 or 13, you start looking at each other and you looked a little different. Yeah. And instead of wanting to punch, you just wanted to like grab. Right? And so, yeah, but 99% of everybody else, you met the person that you made babies with at school, at work, at church, walking down the street, hanging out in the neighborhood, at a nightclub, a bar, in a library, or wherever. But you didn't know that person, right? Y'all were traveling and y'all bumped into each other someplace, some form, some fashion, and boom, y'all became a standing wave. And as a standing wave, y'all made some traveling waves. Yeah, y'all made a few traveling waves. Maybe y'all made one. Maybe y'all made two. Maybe y'all was like me and made. I done made me a few traveling waves. I have 10 babies, right? But a standing wave is temporary. A standing wave is temporary, right? A traveling wave is more of a permanent kind of thing, right? Standing waves are temporary. Now, as a standing wave, right, when other traveling waves hits the standing wave does a little dance, right? Does a little dance, like people, they meet and dance, right? They do a little dance, and that dance releases the excess energy that the standing wave absorbed as traveling waves. So a traveling wave is absorbed by a standing wave, and then the standing wave re-emits a traveling wave, right? Because the energy of the standing wave, the reason why the standing wave is formed in the first place is because the two traveling waves had the same energy. and they formed a stable wave, combination of their energies together. Boop. Now, when a third energy comes in, that rocks the boat, that rocks the relationship. The stability is challenged. Standing waves stays stable by releasing that energy back out as a traveling wave. Right? Now, eventually, this standing wave is going to break down and turn back into traveling waves and go in their separate directions. But for the time that they're together, they're absorbing traveling waves, re-releasing them. Atoms are identified that way, right? So every atom has its own spectroscopic fingerprint. Every atom has its own spectroscopic fingerprint of how they absorb light and release light. And the reason why they have a unique fingerprint is because our universe is irrational. That's another thing we need to wrestle with. We don't have a rational universe. So science is automatically upside down anyway. Modern science is upside down because modern science looks to rationalize life and the universe. And you can't rationalize life and the universe because life in the universe is irrational. How do you know that the universe is irrational, EnQi? Because all of the numbers that govern universal law are irrational numbers. All of the matter and energy in the known universe is governed by irrational numbers. People have fingerprints that are unique from one another. I mean, nobody's the same. Life is full of once in a lifetime events. That's literally the magic of life. Once in a lifetime events. But science is based on duplication. So that's where there's a problem between written down science, as you can understand it and teach it, versus what you can observe, right? Anyway, hopefully we got this with the traveling waves and the standing waves, all right? Try to get my griot on and give you a little story so it makes sense, all right? All right. Oh, should we look that up? Let's hit the Google one time. Let's hit the Google one time so we can get atomic spectroscopy. Ooh. So we all get on the same page, right? So we know that nothing is being made up as we're going along, right? We're taking our time to pull up everything, and so we all on the same page. Atomic spectroscopy studies the light absorbed or emitted by atoms to identify and quantify elements, relying on the principle that each element has a unique electronic signature, causing it to interact with light at specific what? Wavelengths. Specific wavelengths, like a fingerprint. Interesting. For analysis in fields from environmental monitoring to astronomy. Key techniques include atomic absorption spectroscopy, which measures light absorption, and atomic emission spectroscopy, which measures the emitted light after excitation. Excitation means when the standing wave is doing the little dance, right? That's what that means. Both are used to determine elemental composition in samples by heating them to create free ground state atoms. Why do we have that? Because atoms are too small to see with the naked eye, and there's a limit to how far we can see with convex lenses, right? So convex lenses gave us the understanding and the ability to start looking at things too small to see with the naked eye. But even the convex lens has a limit. So understanding what atoms are made out of and how they work, we can use light to infer what's there once it's past the limit. So that's where you get into electron microscopy and all this other stuff, right? Where stuff is too small to even be blown up to see it. You have to start using light and how these substances interact with light to figure out what's there. All right. Man, we've been on page 16 and 17 for over an hour. Yeah, this is what I've been trying to tell y'all though. If you're wondering, does the book have information in it? Just think about that. This 2 hours and we ain't went but 5 pages. We ain't even getting, we still in the introduction. We ain't even get into the book. So if you're wondering whether your $30, $40, $50 is going to be, you don't have a better investment you could make. All right. So the act of let there be light corresponds perfectly to an electron's descent from potential to manifestation, the release of structured vibration into radiance. The same geometry scales up in technology and cosmos alike. In a laser cavity, light reflects between mirrors, forming a standing wave of electromagnetic fields. Only those frequencies that fit perfectly within the cavity, the sacred harmonics, can survive. This is how you get the intensity of a laser. When the gain medium inside the cavity aligns with the resonance, it releases more photons in phase with the standing pattern, amplifying light into coherence. The result is pure directional brilliance, an artificial recreation of let there be light. At the foundation, all light originates from accelerating charges, moving electrons whose oscillations generate electromagnetic fields. A standing wave in this context is energy waiting, vibrating in potential. When the system's balance is broken, when one oscillation transcends symmetry and escapes, the potential becomes a traveling wave, light moving through the void, the mouth of God, right? Because you have the standing wave releasing traveling waves. And then mind you, so you know I didn't make up that analogy. Where did I put my marker? Oh, here you go. This is Ray. We put this line right here. This is Ray. This right here is Ray. This right here is the hieroglyph for Ray. Once you add this determinative, this is a hieroglyph for Ray. It is also a hieroglyph for a mouth. So now, if the same hieroglyph means God, and it also means mouth, it's kind of safe to say that they were intending you to get that this is the mouth of God, because the hieroglyph means mouth, and then it also means God. Specifically, the God of light, traveling waves. This is in the hieroglyph. The problem is the people who have been looking at the hieroglyphs don't look at things like this. Their science is translating letters from one thing to another. oh, well, this is what it means in Spanish. And so in French, it means this. And look, in the Hebrew, this means what it means in the Kemetic. And so from the Kemetic, you can transfer to the Arabic or the Hebrew because they're both similar. So they live in that world. We had all the Kemetic experts watching the debate, tuned in. They didn't know what this was. They never saw Ray as a standing wave. They didn't know that as light, we're talking about traveling waves that form standing waves. They didn't know that a circle is a symbol for a wave because they're both 360 degrees. And when you put a point in the middle of a circle, that represents a bound standing wave. A bound standing wave, which is what you have in atoms or the sun. The sun is a system of traveling waves bouncing back and forth from the corona or the outside to the core. You have traveling waves going back and forth. And when those waves run into each other, they form standing waves. So the sun is a resonant wave cavity. And guess what? This symbol of a circle with a dot in the middle is also a symbol for Ray. Even the word ray has been recycled as a sun ray. Like literally, ray means traveling wave, a sun ray, the light coming from the sun. That is a traveling wave. That is ray. Sun waves, sun rays or sun waves, traveling waves from the sun. So right now, I'm supposed to be getting letters from Harvard and Oprah Winfrey. They should all be trying to get me on their page so that this groundbreaking discovery. How did you do this? How did you come up with this? Well, some of them traveling waves. Remember, you don't see with your eyes and hear with your ears. You see with your mind. So some of them traveling waves hit me. And when they hit me, the traveling waves inspired me. They inspired me to inspiration. And I was like that. It's like, ooh, I'm about to break this jaw down right here. Hopefully somebody sent me a super chat. I'm like, yo, somebody better buy some Mama Topics. I'm about to break this down. That's how it goes. I'm in servitude to the Most High, the most talented, right? For sandwiches and light bills. And in the process, we might help the world out. In the process, we might help the world out, right? Okay. All right, so the ancient metaphor is scientifically precise. The word, the logos, vibrate. Oh, let's dig into that. So that we have some science around the standing wave. Let's get into the word. No, words are not made from standing waves. Words are complex sequences of traveling sound waves produced by the human voice and articulated into specific patterns. Here is a breakdown of the difference. Role of standing wave. Let's just jump down here. Role of standing waves in sound production. While words themselves are traveling waves, standing waves play a crucial role in the creation of musical tones and the timbre of the human voice. The vocal tract acts like a complex wind instrument using resonance, which creates standing wave patterns within the vocal tract to filter the sound produced by the vocal cords, shaping it into specific frequencies and harmonics that form different vowel sounds and speech characteristics. In summary, standing waves help shape the raw sound of speech, but words themselves are the results of complex shaped sound waves traveling from person to person. So, words here are standing waves. We project them out as traveling waves. When they hit your ear, those traveling mechanical pressure waves are reconverted back into standing waves. Those standing waves are then converted into a different type of traveling wave through your nervous system. When they get to your brain, they're then converted into another type of traveling waves, which are then converted into another type of standing waves. So again, life is about the relationship of standing waves to traveling waves. Let's stay right here. All right. Oh, and this right here is mind-blowing. Right here where it says the vocal tract acts like a complex wind instrument using resonance, which creates standing wave patterns within the vocal tract. That's literally what the story of Ptah is. Literally the story of Ptah. Anyway, that's also Nefer, which is the windpipe connected to the heart. Right? Because what do you have in the heart? In the heart, you have the traveling wave. You have your strongest traveling waves, the QRST complex. That is converted, right? That represents you, your life, your energy, your intelligence, your experiences, converted here to be communicated out to the world. Standing waves in the brain. Yes, recent research in neuroscience suggests that standing waves or resonant modes do occur in the brain and play a significant role alongside traveling waves. Scientists conceptualize brain activity as a mixture of both types of waves, which coordinate neural activity across different regions and contribute to normal brain function. How standing waves manifest in the brain. Resonance phenomena. The brain can be thought of as a kind of resonance chamber with the skull acting as a boundary. Literally just explained that here. And if you want to know if the Bible doubles down on it, well, there are more coincidences. Yeah, there's more coincidences. See, what winds up happening is there are so many coincidences. The odds on the coincidences being actual coincidences begins to get exponentially higher than these stories trying to communicate some actual science to you, right? Because if there was no such thing as a skull associated with the word or Christ or Jesus, then we'd be cool. But the fact that there is a skull associated with the narrative, anyway, Let's just go back to reading. The brain can be thought of as a kind of resonance chamber with the skull acting as a boundary. Waves of neural activity and even slower vascular waves reflect off these boundaries and interfere with one another, creating stable, in-place patterns characteristic of standing waves. These standing wave patterns form coherent, coordinated activity across extended areas of the brain with peaks distributed in distinct cortical and subcortical structures. These patterns correspond to the functional networks observed in resting state brain activity. Now, all of us on these internet platforms have been talking about brain waves since before YouTube was even invented. So I just threw that in there. I just asked as an example, but I didn't mean to like let the AI focus on delta and gamma. I just meant brain waves in general. So you would know that brain waves are all traveling waves, right? These are all traveling waves. And when delta waves interact with other delta waves, you get standing waves. Just like when theta waves interact with other theta waves, or alpha waves interact with alpha, beta with beta, gamma with gamma, which happens when you have an enclosed space, which is the reason why the circle with the point in it is important, why it's lasted so long, why it is used in masonry. This is a thing that happens with these coinky dinks. There's a lot of coinky dinks that happen between Masonic information, the Bible, and then Kemet, and then modern science. Like those four places are loaded with coinky dinks. It just so happens that, again, I don't believe in coincidence. Yeah, I just don't believe in coincidence. Right? So, yeah. Your StreamYard be trolling, going in and out. So here's the thing. When you get the science, right, and the purpose of the science, the purpose of your ancestors creating religion was to understand creation. The purpose of modern science, exploring, matter, exploring energy, is to understand creation. Listen, I want y'all to understand. If you want to say the fact that 2,000 and 5,000 years ago, the people who were exploring the creation of life and the universe came up with these answers. And today, with all of our magical tools and gadgets, we have come up with the same exact results. And if you want to say that that is a coincidence, I'm not going to argue with you. The problem with the coincidence is that the people who came up with the equations and the math of today are the people who were studying the stories from yesterday. So when you go to school and you learn about Schrodinger's equation, or you learn about Albert Einstein, most people are learning about Albert Einstein. Everybody's not learning Schrodinger's. Forget about Schrodinger. When you go to school and you learn about Albert Einstein, they don't really put any focus on how intently he was studying the Bible, how intently he was studying the Torah, how intently he was studying ancient Kemet. They don't give you that. It messes with the geniusism. I just invented that word. I just made that up. Geniusism. Yeah, it messes with the geniusism. I don't feel like it messes with the geniusism. But for the John Q. public, the narrative messes with the geniusism. Because if you realize Albert Einstein had a source that he was pulling ideas from, that he was interpreting information from, there are certain people that will feel like that takes away from his geniusness. Because in order to be a genius, you have to just come up with stuff out of thin air. Right? But in reality, no. Of course, it makes sense that the guy who comes up with the math equation to equate energy to matter is a Bible scholar. Right? Even Darwin. Darwin went to school to study theology. Darwin didn't go to school to study biology or animals or whatever. Darwin went to school. He went to seminary school. He went to study theology. The father of atomic theory he did a pilgrimage in Kemet, Egypt. 5 years studying the glyphs and the metal neter and the religious, the religion of ancient Egypt, aka Kemet. And then came up with the concept of atoms. And just so happened that the concept they came up with looked like the symbol for Ray. But he came up with it. Meanwhile, it's written all over the place. It's written all over the place. But you came up with it. Okay. All right. The only place where it gets disturbing to me is where people have now separated the two. Because we have a culture of being allergic to reading. And we even choose to listen to people that are scholars that don't write books and don't read books. I don't even know how you qualify as a scholar if you don't write books and read books, because that's literally what scholar means. You read and write. Doing scholarship means reading and writing. So if you don't read, you can't be doing scholarship. You can't even be a student of a scholar, because a student of a scholar is reading. But if your scholar doesn't produce reading material, you have nothing to read from. So you're not a student of that person, because that person hasn't produced any material for you to study. This is what scholarship look like. This is what scholarship look like. Right? Yeah, that's what scholarship look like. All right. We almost 3 hours in. We're not going to stop though. We're not going to stop. We're going to go take a break, and then we're going to pray, and then we're coming back. So we're going to take a break, then we're going to pray, then we're coming back.
Resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate. Nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, resonate. Oh, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are late. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade. Noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. Ooh, the beat is the best part of me.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it.
Resonate, resonate.
See what I'm saying? Levitate.
Resonate, resonate.
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
Resonate, resonate.
Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. Periodic table waves to the EnQi theorem. You never seen God, but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like perks. The music I can lie below 20 hertz. I can feel it in my bones. He's so electric, we so electric. He gon' respect it. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sound, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared in musical wave patterns.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate. See what I'm saying? Meditate.
Resonate, resonate.
I mean, I'm trying to elevate. Resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it.
Resonate,
Resonate. See what I'm saying?
resonate, resonate.
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
Resonate, resonate.
Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate.
Celebrate.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our sails into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life.
We give thanks that sugar has not covered our berries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth for the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, don't lack jism, liver claims. You know the tracks, the ferry boats of light, 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light, 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light, 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
Resonate, 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 resonate,
Magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light, 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
EnQi prayer number 2. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light, 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen. Yo, why y'all didn't tell me that? Oh, man. Y'all be trolling. Somebody could have called me. It just dawned on me in my mind because I was cooking just now. And so I said to myself, man, you was going in just now. I know you're going to turn around and see the red ring on the microphone. And sure enough, red ring on the microphone. All right, so what was I even saying? Okay, I'm going to try to recap it good for you, right? So y'all saw me over there messing around with the square, right? Okay, so we had the square, and the square was divided like this, right? And I was saying that Masons, right? Masons, remember, it had the 360 under it because a square is 360 degrees. I was saying that, what else was I saying? I was saying that the number 9 pops up frequently throughout the geometry. Gracias. Fresh pot. I was saying the number 9 pops up throughout the geometry because of the multiples of, right? You got the 90, the 180, the 270, so the 9. Anyway, more importantly, what I was saying is that Masons know the right angle triangle as a square, right? And you have these here in the corners, right? 90-degree angles. And what I was saying is, in the book, that's how we got to the conversation. Light bulb. I was saying that we don't have enough time to go through the whole introduction of the book. The introduction of the book is roughly 30 pages. And seeing as we spent almost 3 hours trying to go through 5 or 6 pages, we would probably need 72 hours to make it through, right, the whole introduction, just the intro to the book. So we're going to have to start skipping around. And then I was saying the next couple of pages, we spend time talking about the 3-4-5 triangle. And then I was saying the reason why I'm always talking about the 3-4-5 triangle in the different books is because the 3-4-5 triangle is a working tool. We would not have the ability to understand waves, right? We would not understand waves without the 3-4-5 triangle, right? So we wouldn't have the ability to understand electricity, magnetism, or even music without the 3-4-5 triangle. So anytime you're discussing waves, it's a good place to start because that is the fundamental science or the fundamental tool for how science later on developed. So there's no electromagnetic spectrum, waves, TVs, cell phones, none of that. Nothing. No radio waves, no Bluetooth, internet, no music, piano, none of that without the 3-4-5 triangle. The 3-4-5 triangle is arguably the most important tool in science, you know, along with the convex lens. Those two things alone gave us modern science, or can be looked at as giving us modern science. And yes, there is a little in the Bible. There's a little thing in the Bible where you could, just saying, it's in there, right? So that's how we kind of got around to what y'all missed. I was saying on the thing, even though I used much more colorful language in the script and describing it, right? And then I was basically saying, right, the right angle triangle, right? The right angle triangle is what Masons know of as the square, right? You have your corner where you always have a 90-degree angle, right? And that is always across from or adjacent to the diagonal, right? The diagonal. Right? Which is important. They talk about this in Harry Potter. This is in Harry Potter, believe it or not. So if any of y'all have read Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter was important when my first 5 was small. You don't have 10 children. But now I only have 5 because I consider the other 5, they're adults. So they're technically not children anymore, right? But when they were little, before this 5, you know what I'm saying? This is my 5 coming off the bench, right? But when my first 5 were little, that was the era of Harry Potter, right? And so there's a lot of stuff in there. Again, timeless classics have some slickness up in there. So the place where they went and got all their magical tools from is Diagonal Alley. So it's not diagonal, but it's diagonal. That's how they say it in the world of Harry Potter. It's Diagonal Alley. That's like where all the magic shops where they buy their magic wands and all that stuff is from. Diagonal Alley, right? So if you know, then you know, right? If you know, then you know, because that's what the 3-4-5 triangle does. The 3-4-5 triangle teaches magic right here, right? Because real magic is about how nothing becomes something, how waves become matter, how energy becomes matter, how the invisible stuff becomes the visible stuff, right? And that happens here. That happens here, right? So the first thing I did was change this to 180, right? Because a triangle is half of a square. So it's 180 degrees, not 360, right? And it is a 2-dimensional representation of the most important wave function, right? This is why the 3-4-5 is important, right? Now, on one level, the 3-4-5 is important because it gives you proportion, right? It gives you proportion, right? You have your 3-4-5 or your 4-3-5, however you do that, the 3 and the 4, and the diagonal is going to be the 5, right? You can multiply that out and have ratio, right? So ratio is important for music. Halves, quarters, fifths, right? Those are notes. Develops out into your octave, right? But that's not the real magic of the 3-4-5 triangle. The 3-4-5 triangle teaches you about how fields interact, right? So you have magnetic, and then you have electric. Right? And at the intersection, right here, at the square of an electric field and a magnetic field is where your photons will be produced. And that is where you get your diagonal. Right? That's where you get your diagonal. Right? So you can even put a little arrow. You can even put a little arrow. Right? And then if you want to build it out, you could do this. Right? You could do this. Because remember, these is 2-dimensional representations of something that's supposed to be happening in real life. which is three-dimensional. Right? Oh. Right? And this field going across would represent the magnetic. This field coming this way would represent the electric. And then from here, you have light, right? Because photons are produced, light is produced at the 90-degree intersections between electric and magnetic fields. Right? But keep in mind, whenever you have that 90-degree, that you also have the right angle triangle, right? You also have that right angle triangle, right? So anyway, we talk a little bit about the 3, 4, 5. And we talk a little bit about the math, right? Doubling and halving, right? Doubling and halving. We talk about the Kemetic math of doubling and halving. Doubling and halving also directly relate to music and waves in general, right? Doubling and halving. Let's just pull it up. Let's just see what our good old internet says. Doubling and halving. So you see, oh, wait a minute. You don't see. My bad. So here's my question. Are doubling and halving related to music or wave math? Yes, doubling and halving are fundamental concepts in both music theory and wave mathematics. In music theory, doubling or halving a frequency defines an octave. Now, even if, because again, the title of this video is about coincidence, right? So let's say, because some people will argue that Pythagoras really existed. So let's just take Pythagoras off the table for a second, right? The octave is the basic set of sounds that music theory centers around. The octave, the eight sounds that make up the one, or the one that makes up the eight. Literally, Kemet gave you the ogdode, the Kemenu, the 8. And one of them is a wave symbol, like literally. See, that's why I can't, for me, listen, to each his own. I just can't see coincidence. Like they literally gave you, they made the octave into gods. Because your Kemetic scholars will tell you the Neteru represented forces or represented energy. The problem is they don't stay in the studio long enough. They don't study enough to actually define the forms of energy or forces that they were talking about. Their convo is limited. They just stop right there. Oh yeah, well, the natural representative. Yeah, okay. Well, what are those forces? Yeah, that's where my conversation begins. My conversation begins where theirs ends at. Yeah, that's where we start at. Like, no. The creative forces, go. They got to backtrack. No, well, that's what it is. And so what happens is, yeah, let's go back to this middle letters. Yeah. So the phonetic sound of the other letter, and you spell out the word. No. We good with all that. Yeah, let's just agree to disagree. Let's get to the actual science of the creation thing. Let's get to that. Right? So literally in Kemet, we have a ogdode. Right? You can't form a word without a sound. If there's a sound, it has a frequency, it has a range. So in Kemet, a part of the anthropomorphization process is to just give you the whole entire range. Whoop. In the Bible, they gave you an alphabet to represent the range of sound. In Kemet, they actually gave you the harmonics associated with sound frequency. Here's an octave. Whoop. Here's a set of 8. No, you're making that up. How can I be? If we're saying that the wave, if there's a wave, there's a sound. If there's a wave, there's a sound, because a wave is it implies something. It implies vibration. Vibration implies frequency. So when they give you a set of 8, that is a complete set of frequency. Here's the octave. Whoop. Okay. So anyway, because there's more coincidences you have to ignore. There's more coincidences you have to ignore, right? We'll get to it in a second. So in music, doubling or halving a frequency defines an octave. Notes that are an octave apart are perceived by the human ear as being the same note, just at a higher or lower pitch. So now we begin to translate the sound into anatomy, because we're talking about how the human ear, which is the central nervous system, converts mechanical waves into information, right? So we get 2/1, which is the first ratio, or the inverse, which would be halving, right? This is the most consonant musical interval and forms the mathematical basis for most musical scales and harmony, a relationship first noted by Pythagoras, right? So it's talking about the Greeks stealing the first Puff Daddy, the first Diddy documentary episode. Anyway, in wave mathematics and physics, doubling or halving frequencies are governed by the fundamental wave equations. Wave speed equals frequency times wavelength. For a wave traveling through a consistent medium, like sound through air, at a constant temperature, the wave speed remains constant. If the frequency is doubled, the wavelength is halved. If the frequency is halved, the wavelength is doubled. Now, that right there is how we get to understand the whole entire electromagnetic spectrum, right? That's how we get to understand the whole entire electromagnetic spectrum, right? Because the waves on one side are really slow and gentle, right? You got your visible light, which fits in here. This is your visible light, right? This is your electromagnetic spectrum. This little bit in here is visible light. This is Roy G. Biv in here. On this side is UVC. On this side is infrared, all the way to, I don't know, radio and all that, right? Now, these waves over here, remember, all waves look the same. All waves look the same. The only difference is how long they are. The waves over here are really long. Radio waves could be miles, the wavelength. It could be miles. That's how big and long they are. Pause. Now, over here though, the UVC, these are really short. These are really short and really fast. So these are dangerous. Really short, really fast. That's what the math is basically. You know, the math equation is simple to just see and get a picture in your mind, right? The really, really big ones go slow. They're slow and they're gentle. The really, really short ones are very fast. Very fast and they're dangerous. Now, the ones in here in the visible spectrum are the ones that are most biologically active. They're the ones that are most biologically active. Yes, when you get out here, you still get some stuff going on, right? You get pigment regulation, you get vitamin D synthesis and all that kind of stuff. But in here is where you get most of your biological activity regulated by light, right? Out here, you even have some activity because infrared is a part of like egg fertilization and babies and moms and all kinds of stuff goes on with infrared, right? Including mitochondria producing melatonin and all kinds of stuff with infrared, right? And then even radio waves are picked up by our spine. And so there's a whole thing. So pretty much all of this light affects us one way or another. But when you get to the short, fast waves, they get dangerous. Right? The short, fast waves get dangerous. You said that looks like an Ethiopian cross. Well, listen, they've been showing us this symbol for a whole lot of time. Like this ain't new, right? Because if we do this, right, if we do that, which is a symbol for a standing wave, right? This is just the second harmonic of a standing wave, right? This is the second harmonic of a standing wave, right? Now you get into the story about rods and snakes, right? You get into caduceus, right? But even if you eliminate that and you keep it the way it was, right? You almost get the music thingy, right? Because doesn't the music thingy kind of look like that? Something like that, right? So it's a bunch of different ways that, you know, we've been getting informed, but we've been having to ignore the information that we've been getting and write it off as coincidence. So that way the masses stay dumb and dependent, because waves is where real power is. This is where they make bombs from. This is where they make TVs and wireless transmissions and power stations and cell phones, and your gas company, your electric company, your power, your military, all those places are doing this type of research. Just saying. The people that are in charge of real power. Yeah, people that are in charge of real power, they're dealing with this, right? So even when they make those what are those particle accelerators that they're doing particle accelerators to crash particles into each other so they can figure out more of this. So anyway, we have that, a bunch of that, some good stuff. All right, and then we get over into Proverbs. We get into Proverbs. And in Proverbs, we have some interesting lines in Proverbs. Right? We have some interesting lines in Proverbs. Okay, hold on. Before we even get to Proverbs. Before we even get to Proverbs. Make sure y'all are sharing this video. Hit the like button. If you're watching on Twitter, make sure you hit the repost button. Get active. Don't just be watching this video. You ain't sent a super chat. You ain't purchased the book. You got to do something. If you ain't going to Amazon or Barnes and Nobles to get these books, or going to the website to get you some products, or sending a super chat, you got to at least hit the like button. Yeah, at least hit the like, at least hit the repost. What are you doing right now? You got to support the movement. Love is not an idea. Love is a verb. It is an action that you're constantly doing. All right. So let's throw this out there for a second. Let's put this out there for a second. Right? Let's work with this for a second. Right? Because I think this is interesting. Biochemistry. Biochemistry in the Bible. Right? So we have earth. We have man. Blood. Right? Now, very interesting thing happens in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. The breath is combined with man. The breath is combined with man for life. To create life, breath is combined with man. The thing is, this same word, the root of it means blood. So it just so happens that the story, right? The quote unquote fictional story, the narrative, the fairy tale even, is actually scientifically accurate about the breath and the blood generating life. Which, if we know how our ancestors taught through stories, this is exactly what they would be doing. They will be taking a scientific concept, respiration or inspiration, and they would put it into a story. Science into the story. Whoop. All you got to do is learn the science, and then the story starts to just unfold itself. Like, oh, that's why the breath. Oh, And that's why the word for living soul, when it says living soul, that word also means heart. Oh, got it. Because that makes sense. Because the respiration is happening with the blood and the heart and the got it. Right? It starts to make sense when we unfold it. Right? So anyway, we go to Proverbs, and in Proverbs, we start to get stuff like, my son, forget not my law, but let thine heart keep my commandments. Right? We start to get a lot of interesting lines throughout the Bible. Right? We start to get a lot of interesting lines. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thine heart. Right? All of these kinds of lines. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Right? All of these crazy types of lines that may or may not make sense until we do some translation work. Right? Until we do some translation work. So we go through some of these lines. Right? We go through some of these lines. Oh, we get to a very, very interesting one. This is a very interesting one. For me, anyway, this was interesting. I'm not sure how it is for everybody else. But the word cardio. Now, being a personal trainer, being a person that's an exercise, maybe not a personal trainer, but you're like what would it be called? Like an exercise enthusiast, right? You're really into going to the gym and jogging and exercising and being in shape, like a fitness buff. It might be impactful if you find out the word cardio comes from the Bible. Right? Because cardio, we cannot separate cardio from physical fitness. Physical fitness. Cardio literally is like at the center of physical fitness. It just so happens that cardio comes from the Bible. Right? That is a biblical term. So most of us, we know cardio as short for cardiovascular. Right? Yeah, no, cardiovascular is just a short, it's just a short, easier way to say cardio. Yeah, it's just cardio, short for cardiovascular. No, not exactly. No, that's not it. Cardiovascular is a word, kind of almost like a compound word to talk about all the attachments to the heart, right? So the cardiovascular system is about all of the attachments, all the tubes, right? The arteries, the veins, the smooth muscle tissue and all that. Everything attached to the heart and the function of the heart is under the cardiovascular system. But the root word cardio is not short for cardiovascular system. It's actually a English word for the Greek word cardia, which literally means heart. Cardia. Cardia is actually a Greek word used in the New Testament for heart. So our cardiovascular comes from the word cardio, and the word cardio comes from cardia, which is a Greek word from the Bible. Which book is EnQi reading from? Barnes and Nobles. So let's go over here. But let's just ask. Let's ask our genie in a bottle. The Greek word I think that's a good general. Let's see what happens. Bam. The Greek word cardia is a central term in the New Testament, used approximately 150 to 160 times. In the biblical context, it almost never refers to the physical organ, but rather to a figurative center of the entire human personality. Meaning, and now it said physical organ, but it didn't tell us what the organ is. Anyway, I'm assuming they'll tell us as we move through. Cardia encompasses the totality of a person's inner life and is considered the control center of their being. It is the source from which all motivations, thoughts, feelings, and decisions flow. Key aspects of the meaning of cardia include intellect and understanding. Contrary to the modern English use of heart as purely emotional, the biblical cardia is primarily associated with the mind, reasoning, and understanding. The New Testament speaks of understanding with the heart and having a foolish or darkened heart in an intellectual sense. Emotions and affections. It is also the seat of emotions, including joy, sorrow, love, anguish, will, and moral choice. The heart is where moral choices and purposes are made. It is the seat of a person's. Key concepts and verses. The significance of cardia is highlighted throughout the New Testament in various teachings. Sources of action. Jesus taught that a person's words and actions are a direct outflow of what is in their heart. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. The heart is the mind. Now, wait a minute. See? Dewey Decimal. You know this is another coincidence, right? Dewey Decimal. Listen, this is another coincidence that we have to ignore, right? Because remember, we start off with the question about the coincidences that we have to ignore, specifically between Kemet and the Bible, and then also modern science and math and geometry and some other stuff. But specifically, Kemet and the Bible is at the heart of this, because we have that QRST complex, right? We've got that QRST complex. Maybe I need to write that back up there, because this is a tough one. This is a tough one, This is a tough one, right? Because remember, we got the QRST complex, right? And then we also have the QRST for the burial rituals. And at the center of the burial rituals, right? We got this little dot here. I want to make sure y'all can see that in internet land, right? At the center of the burial rituals, remember, is the heart. Right? The center of the burial rituals is the heart. But guess what? In Kemet, right? The same way we use in the Greek and getting to the bottom of the New Testament, in Kemet, they also have two of these. So you have this one, then you have this one. So this is where you get to see a little bit of bias when you look at the Google and you look at Gemini, because they're programmed with certain biases because of the gatekeeping. The same thing that your man Jabari got going on, because he done took an oath to these same universities where the majority of the searchable information comes from. So if you notice, when we're reading, they voluntarily make a distinction. Look, when we're reading, they voluntarily make a distinction, right? I didn't ask for this, right? But they voluntarily make a distinction, right, between the English and the Greek. See that right here? Key aspects of the meaning of cardia. Contrary to the modern English use of heart as purely emotional, the biblical cardia is primarily associated with the mind, reasoning, understanding, right? And so they leave that there. They make a distinction between the Greek concepts, but they do not mention Kemet or Egypt. So let's just ask and see what happens. Man, it almost looks identical to the Ib in ancient Egypt. Now, see, if you don't know to type that in, if you don't know to search that, if you don't know to try to pull that string of coincidence to find out that it's not coincidence. The New Testament is composed of these burial rituals. So obviously they would have the center of the burial rituals as the center of the New Testament. I mean, if it's not a coincidence, right? If it is a coincidence, then we shouldn't find a Greek word for the ib there. We shouldn't find a Greek word for the ib there. Yes, the conceptual meaning of cardia in the New Testament is remarkably similar to the ancient Egyptian concept of id, both referring to the heart as the center of total self, not just a physical organ. Both Greek EnQi and the Egyptian term represent a cardiocentric worldview that was dominant in the ancient world, where the heart was considered the seat of human intellect, emotion, will, and morality. Wow. Conclusion: the striking similarity in how both cultures viewed the heart as the deep core of a person's being, the place where consciousness, morality, and true identity reside, shows a widely shared cultural and philosophical understanding across the ancient world. This view predated modern anatomical understanding and placed the heart in the central role now largely attributed to the brain. Now, if we didn't know to go find that, we would not have got that. They would leave Greeks as the source of that information. The same way they just made a distinction by saying, I'll go back and read it again. This view predated modern anatomical understanding. Predated modern anatomical understanding. See, if you don't know any better, you don't know to go to scratch, right? Let's continue this. Right now, we trolling the AI. So let's keep trolling the AI and see what we can get. Let's troll a little bit more. Oh, wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. What? Oh, yeah. What date is attributed to modern anatomical understanding? Okay, now. So now we got a date. Modern anatomical understanding, where the brain is firmly established as a central organ of the mind and the intellect, and the heart primarily a pump, is generally attributed to the mid-16th century. Okay. Key milestones. Greece. Pioneers in human dissection. And then we have in 1543, The Fabric of the Human Body by Andreas Vesalius, the modern foundation for human anatomy. 1628, William Harvey, right, gets to the heart and the blood, right? Now, the problem with that is we have all of this in Kemet before Greece even comes in. We already have all of this in Kemet, right? But even deeper, right, is what about that little Olmec statue? You know, the one with the heart anatomy. A 1,000 years before William Harvey. Yes, you are likely thinking of a specific Olmec ceramic figurine that some researchers argue displays a surprisingly accurate understanding of human heart anatomy. This interpretation has generated significant interest and debate among historians and anatomists. The Olmec heart effigy jar. Description: the artifact is a 7-inch tall ceramic vessel dating back approximately 3,000 years, discovered near Las Bocas, Mexico. Interesting, Las Bocas is the mouth. I'm just saying, the fact that it's discovered next to a place called the mouth. Woo! So many coincidences we have to overlook. So many coincidences we have to overlook. It's crazy. Anyway, it depicts a seated male figurine whose body appears to be split open down the middle, revealing internal structures with several large vessels emerging from the chest area. So again, that is what we have on the cover here, is that very same Olmec picture we're talking about. But if we don't know this information, we never hear about this. We never hear about this. The school books and everything stops with Greece. Just tells us about Greece. It doesn't tell us about Kemet. Doesn't tell us about the Olmecs. Right? And it doesn't tell us about Kemet because it says that Kemet was incorrect when telling us about the blood circulatory system, because Kemet taught that the Neteru were also circulating in the circulatory system, right? And so the problem with that is, again, when they ruled that out as incorrect fictional fairy tale stuff, we had not discovered melanopsin yet. See, here's the thing with melanopsin. Let's look at melanopsin. What is melanopsin? Look at that. What is melanopsin? Melanopsin is a light-sensitive protein that serves as a non-image forming photoreceptor in humans and other mammals. It is primarily found in specialized subset of nerve cells in the retina of the eye called intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells. All right. Key functions of melanopsin: synchronizing the body to external light environment. Okay. So melanopsin does some stuff with light. All right. All right. So is there anywhere in the body besides the eyes where melanopsin is found? Is there any in, like, I don't know, blood vessels? Or cavities? Yes. Melanopsin has been discovered in several locations throughout the human body besides the eye. See, this is where you have to have information. You can't say, oh, well, yeah, I'm just searching, because the searches are very limited if you don't know how to navigate the search. Every time we search, we get a limited bit of information, And the information is always presented as if it is the totality of the information in an authoritative way. Boom, yeah, this is that. Yeah, the Greek info, bap, 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 different than modern English because the heart, dot, 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 boop. If you just look at that, you like, oh, yeah, that's what that is. But if you know a little something, you go, oh, wait a minute. The Greeks didn't start that. Are you sure the Greeks started that up? Because they worded that like the Greeks started that up. Are you sure the Greeks started that up? Because that looks just like the Ib from Kemet. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, this is a remarkably striking similarity because, you know, and yeah, you know, this was the understanding before any anatomical understanding of the heart was ever discovered. Wait, what? Are you sure about that? Wait, are you sure about that part? Because the modern anatomical, let's get a date on that. What's the date for the modern anatomical understanding? Oh, between 1540s and 16s. Okay, William Harvey. Oh, okay, great. Because, you know, have you heard about this Olmec thingy? Because it seems like the Olmecs probably knew everything already, like 3,000 years, you know. Oh, yeah, I did it. I did know about yep, I did know about that. So wait a minute. If the AI already knew about the Olmec thing, why was it telling us the modern anatomical thing starts in the 1600s when they got the modern joint 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years before them? That's the gatekeeping thing. That's the gatekeeping thing. I'm showing you. That's the gatekeeping thing. That's why you have to have the books so you know how to go past the limitations that's going to confine you. AI could be your greatest tool or greatest crippling device. It could be the greatest thing to expand your knowledge or limiting factor as a gatekeeper. If you don't know better, you got to know better, right? Because I typed in, oh, what's melanopsin? Oh, melanopsin is a thing, blah, 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 pigment in the eye and this and that is in the eye and boop, 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 and do this. Are you sure melanopsin is just like in the eye? Is it like in other places and blood vessels and all that? Because if it's in the blood vessels, guess what? We have to go all the way back to Kemet and revisit what Kemet said. Because Kemet said the Neteru was in the blood vessels, right? Remember, the Neteru is energy. Different Neteru to describe different energy functions, different wave functions, different types of waves, different types of energy. Well, the fact that we now have melanopsin in the blood vessels, that means that we have pigment there to translate some of that energy. Not just heme, because heme is a type of pigment to translate energy. We also have melanopsin, which is there to translate a different type of energy. Heme is there to associate with electrons and electrical energy and magnetic energy, which is why heme is coupled to iron. Iron is intrinsically magnetic. The reason why a thing is magnetic is because of the structure of its electrons. They're all lined up in one direction. Right? So that's heme. But you also have melanopsin lining the vessels. Melanopsin interacts with light, photons. Why would we have that there if there's no photons present inside the vessels? And if there are different energies present throughout the blood vessels, then we have to go all the way back and correct 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years of incorrect labeling on the Kemetic idea of how the circulatory system works. Just saying. You know, Kemetic scholars don't teach this kind of Kemetic science. There's only one place to come get that. Yeah, if you want them to tell you, if you want them to teach you how to say the word bread in the Medu Neter, like this is a B and this is a T. You can get that over there. If you want the kind of Kemetic science that, oh, so this is how they built the pyramid. This is what they was, oh. Go to Barnes and Nobles. Go to Amazon. Get the books. Right? Yes, melanopsin has been discovered in several locations throughout the human body. Its presence in these areas suggests that the body has light sensing capabilities that regulate various physiological functions outside of image forming vision. Blood vessels. Melanopsin is expressed in the smooth muscle around blood vessels, including those in the skin and lungs. This system mediates a process called photorelaxation. Exposure to blue light can cause these blood vessels to relax, potentially affecting blood pressure and flow. How does that work? Because the photoreceptors then stimulate the smooth muscles to produce or activate nitric oxide, right? Nitric oxide has everything to do with people with high blood pressure. So now we have another relationship between pigment and high blood pressure. Another conversation. Because you know we have a book on that also. You know we have a book on that also. It is somewhere in here. Jet pillar, pain in the neck, Kemetic naturopathy. Sound becomes light. Where is the Ebers Papyrus books? It's in one of those Ebers Papyrus books. Okay, I don't know where it is. But it's in one of those Ebers Papyrus books. That should be right around here somewhere. Oh, boom. Hidden at the top. Yes, I know. You see that? Pressure bus pipes. I don't know if you can see that right there. It says pressure bus pipes. Warning, pressure bus pipes. The Ebers Papyrus, Volume 6. All right. Anyway. So there's that. It took us 5,000 years to figure out that the Neteru are indeed circulating throughout your blood vessels. And they play a very big role in the health of your body, the health of your heart, the health of your body, the health of your heart, right? Because high blood pressure causes heart disease. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right. So let's keep going. There's some more coincidences that you probably need to ignore in order to get this information out of your mind. Oh, these are some nice verses here. These are some nice verses here. Okay. We're going to translate. We're going to take the modern English word and slip it in, right? We're going to read the Bible, but we're going to make a substitution, right? So we're going to look at Matthew chapter 5, verse 8. Matthew chapter 5, verse 8. Blessed are those, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew chapter 5, verse 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Now let's substitute. Let's get that word heart out of there and get cardio in there. Blessed are the pure in cardio, for they shall see God. Just saying, for my personal trainers out there, you might want to try a different approach to motivating your people. Luke chapter 6. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. That seems like a very, very tight reference to Patah. But let's make our translation. Out of the our substitution. Out of the abundance of cardio, the mouth speaks. Matthew chapter 6, verse 21. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Substitution. Where your treasure is, there your cardio will be also. Matthew 12 and 34. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Out of the abundance of cardio, the mouth speaks. Luke chapter 16, verse 15. God knows your hearts. Substitution. God knows your cardio. God knows your cardio. Yo, we're going to have people in the gym tomorrow morning, dumb early. Listen. John 14:1 says, do not let your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. Do not let your cardio be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. So listen, don't let nothing stop you from getting in your steps every day. I'm just saying, purify their hearts by faith, purifying their cardio by faith. Acts chapter 15, verse 9. Listen. There are some very interesting verses throughout the Bible. Electromagnetic waves, traveling waves, electron cloud, which represents the electron as a standing wave, is a fundamental product of the interaction between electrons and protons. The electron behaves as a matter wave, naturally tending to propagate like a traveling wave, blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it. Melanin versus diabetes, we in here. We discovered it. In the beginning. Melanin versus diabetes, we in here. We discovered it. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was with God, and the wave was God.
In the beginning was the wave was God, the wave was God, the wave was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the wave erased injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulated mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. In misery, it don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I gotta live it. My juices efficiently. Bro, we made history. Magician tweet, we made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. We made history in heaven, walk with me. In the way, swim with me. In the beginning was the way. The way was a God. The way was God. The way was hard. Every step a symphony. Timelines infinity. The way be erased injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history. Articulated mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me. Listen, we made history. Flawless victory. They dissing me in misery. Misery. Man, I made history. It don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter. My jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. History. We made history. Rewriting industry. Ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision. We dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. In the beginning was the way. The way was God. The way was God. The way was hard. Every step a symphony. Timelines infinity. The way be erased injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history. Articulating mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me. Listen, we made history. Flawless victory. They dissing me in misery. Misery. Man, I made history. It don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter. My jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. History. We made history. Rewriting industry. Ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision. We dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, with me. In the beginning was the way. The way was God. The way was God. The way was hard. Every step a symphony. Timelines infinity. The wave erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulating mystery. The wave is the remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. Man, I made history, it don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter, my juice used efficiently. Bro, we made history. History, we made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history, articulating mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. We made history, in heaven, walk with me. In the ways, with me. In the beginning was the way, the way. God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity. The way be erased injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulating mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. Misery, man, I made history. It don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter, my jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. We made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. Bro, we made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. Frontline God infantry. The wave is the ministry. Surfboard wizardry, frozen water liberty, truth defying imagery, geometric symmetry, standing wave mimicry. The wave is the energy, the trickery is slippery. The slippery was meant to be. Now I gotta hit the street. Thank God for picking me to release the quickening. I made history is sickening. Me and God be whispering. Then I start the living spring. Bro, we made history, shining, glistening, emphatic christening. I found a missing link. Everybody get in sync. Superstition is extinct. Peer review what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. The wave glistening, the wave christening, the way the missing link. Wave get in sync. Superstition is extinct. Peer review what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. The wave glistening, the wave christening, the way the missing link. Wave getting sink. Superstition is extinct. Peer review what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. How I hit the beat. Christ is the living key. Take the grail, sip and see. Fish scale, flip a key. In the beginning was the way was the way, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step was symphony, timelines infinity. The wave erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. Frontline God infantry. The Wave is the ministry, surfboard wizardry, frozen water limmetry, true defy imagery, geometric symmetry, standing wave mimicry. The wave is the energy, the trickery is slippery, discovery we're meant to be. I would gotta hit the street, thank God for picking me to release the quickening. I made history is sickening, me and God be whispering, and that's why the living spring, bro. We made history, shining, glistening, emphatic christening. I found a missing link, bro. We body getting seen. Superstition is extinct. It reveal to what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. Though it's listening, don't pay the christening. I found a different link. Wave getting seen. Superstition is extinct. Peer review of what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. The wave glistening, the wave christening, the way the missing link. Wave getting sink. Superstition is extinct. Peer review of what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. How I hit the weed. That's just the living key. Take the way of sipping seat. Take the way of sipping seat. In the beginning was a wave. The wave was God. The wave was God.
I love Dr. EnQi.
I don't know if you know the score for sure. It's a mental holy war. Only the pure can abstain from obscure. Anali Kro. Melanin versus diabetes, we in here.
Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Stone Age sermons, they scratching the scrolls, teaching the gods don't exist. Truth unfolds. I'm about to give them a long kiss. More, lay them down, make them witness the cha-cha. Game jumping wild, pogo sticks in the fog. They can't pull a source for the wave of the God. Knock me down, I stand back up. Bounce like I'm rubber, pressure won't disrupt. Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Black's Anatomy, Black's Academy. Fitted flat brim, God lay, I'm him. Retiring these old netches the hard way, grim. Spit sharper than violin strings on the wind. Cut through the noise, my essence again and again. They stone walls, I'm lava cracks. Melting their facts with this fire axe. Pull the strings, watch the wave function bend. Human beatbox, heartbeat, never pretend. Black's Academy, scratch on the map. Book, 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 the cadence don't collapse.
Play zero games with these lames. It's up and it's stuffed up.
Teaching them the real crack. Teaching them the real crack. Killing them by giving life. Perhaps a slave, collapse away. Synapse engaged to map the maze. Ask him to pull a source for the wave function. I'm him. I wrote that, quote that, note that. Cornerstone, they rejected, grow back. Black turned ink, then ink hotel. Took an oath to Christ, King Joseph. Flow, slept, broke, blessed. Knowledge they ain't know yet. It's a mental holy war. I still know the score. I got his music, this the encore. Strings cry, violence sing. A vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. A vibe and bring God with a thing hot. That boy got plucked in the head with a slingshot. Ink, we know the debate 3-0. The debate was 3-0. Yeah, the debate was 3-0. If Christ is the way, think about this. The waveform exists, the standing wave exists. Christ exists, Osiris exists, right exists. Atheist ain't Stone Age legends teaching the gods don't exist. I'm about to give them a long kiss. Lay them down, I got the game jumping. Ask them to pull a source for the wave function. They knock me down and I stand back up. They knock me down and I stand back up. I'm him, fitted flag brim, guy, lay retiring these old netches the hard way. In the beginning of Ponce planet, a manifest garden, quantum mechanics, science, life is dope for microscope. Sight in the night so dope, I might bite your throat. One of them yo Rayers type players, just winning Bronx, Yankees, Oakland Raiders, quoting haters. Then kill them and turn them into smoking favors and rolling papers and rolling classes. We holding classes, we turning stolen classes and get a sensei. What you can't say, got off the raw music by MJ, mouth for creation, words so wavy, shredding an equation, flow so crazy. Wave function, unification is an option. Stronger together, that's how we rockin'. Da da da, diamonds are forever. Da diamonds are forever, da diamonds are forever, da diamonds are forever. atoms of wave, crystallizations, mitochondria official libations. No little green man, just dark green skin. Craziest thing you never seen. Black people are really green. Revelations, plans, heal nations. Get it out the mud, reverses, tribulation. 7.365 is the station. Allegation, precipitation. We make it rain, baby. This gestation. We creators, you be haters, cheap traders, debaters, piles, moving food equators. We waiters, papers, makers, players of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, knock me down, I stand back up, bounce like I'm rubber, pressure won't disrupt. Black's anatomy, Black's academy, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, knock me down, I stand back up, bounce like I'm rubber, pressure won't disrupt. Black's anatomy, Black's academy, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, Black's anatomy, Black's academy, resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate, nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate, resonate, resonate, words can't describe or articulate, resonate, resonate, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Legal notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are laid. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning limits to lemonade. Noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. The beat is the best part of me.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it.
Resonate, resonate,
See what I'm saying? Levitate.
resonate, resonate,
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
resonate, resonate.
Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. Periodic table waves with the EnQi theory. You never seen God, but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like perks. The music I can lie below 20 hertz. I can feel it in my bones. He's so electric, we so electric. He gon' respect it. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me writing, thinking. Music is sound, but it's also written words. Legal notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared in musical wave patterns.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it.
Resonate,
Resonate. See what I'm saying? Levitate.
resonate, resonate,
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
resonate,
Resonate. celebrate.
God is the way.
God is the music.
God is the music.
Without it, I might lose it.
God is the way.
God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it.
Resonate.
Resonate. See what I'm saying? Resonate.
Resonate. Resonate.
I mean, I'm trying to elevate.
Resonate. Resonate.
Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate.
Celebrate.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our sails into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life.
We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium.
We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth for the Kodesh at Kodashim.
We give thanks
for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism of the Thames. You know, the tracks the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
Resonate. 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 Resonate.
Magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves.
This is why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.